Analyzing combo sets. Hearty noodle board. Keep the call of your innermost desires. Advance without fear. Navigate.
Hello! Rep 2493 at your service.
Is the concert starting?
What
What do you need me to do?
This is the optimal build. Yeah.
My fur's kinda messy. Body bomb!
You're a frog. What the heavens? What's it? Alright, I'll take the mic. Hey! Yeah! Have a rest. Shit!
Press the advantage.
Have a rest. Mr. Line is wrong.
No, I need to deal not very a lot of damage.
Found you. I see blazing arc.
Body bomb!
Ooh, we really harmonize.
Hey dear! What kind of ta-da! Your top-tier customer service rep is here. I can hop in anytime.
Oh god.
Take a break. What? Take a breather, Daddy.
Evil retreats.
One foot, 2 foot, 3.
You're a frog. What the heavens?
Right. Down one for complaints.
Don't push yourself against.
If you spot an ethereal,
Judgment! Behind you! I see edge.
No. Не то. Какая-то
The
шаблонная
blade knows my
анимейшн.
heart.
When it starts.
Intercept! Seal! Careful, darling. Hup. Yay! Shoot! Take a breather,
Cut
darling.
through darkness. Don't put... Here I cross. Radiant cloud.
What the fuck?
Ride the wind. Found you. Hey, yeah.
Stand down.
Till evil retreats. Intercept! Seal! One foot. Take a break, senior. Rapid flushes.
I see edge. Split the heavens. Frost glistens. Perish now. Light brings the dawn.
Forward! Turn around! Smash them! I'm in charge now.
The line is drawn. Radiant cloud. Frost glistens. Judgment. Blazing.
Dial one for complaints. If you spot an ethereal,
A measure of steel slices the world through. Split the heavens. Perish now. Frost glistens. Yeshun Guang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions.
intercept! Seal! Break!
I see edge. Split the heavens. Radiant cloud. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Frost glistens. Found you. Split the heavens. Let this sword array send you away.
Forward! Turn around! Smash them! One foot!
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Frost glistens. Radiant cloud. Yeshun Guang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions. The line is drawn. Frost glistens. Perish now. Radiant cloud.
Dial one for complaints? Too late for that! Dial two for a chat.
The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Split the heavens. The creator's voice. Radiant cloud. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Top 7%. Tomorrow. Easy for 120k.
Found you. Here I frost. A measure of steel slices the world through. Send you away!
Проверял, если он жал.
I'll give you a hand.
Ether Whale vulnerability and every swift strike cooldown. Makes sense. Special attack or ultimate. Okay, that. It doesn't necessarily do anything. Upgrade every. No, this is just not working. Well, vulnerability.
Hello, Rep 2493 at your service.
Is the concert starting? Let's make a grand entrance.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
Pen ratio, that's the problem. Oh no. So here's the deal. And filter is her thing, and this thing confirm filter. Oh no, mastery. Attack percent. It's also working. Damage main stat. Let's see if we can. Come on, double crit rate. No. Well. Ooh. Ah. Okay. Yeah.
I'll give you a hand.
Let's see where it goes.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
Это накопитель что? Okay, so unstep does not do the thing that I want it to do. Apparently. Wait, no, I have... good amount of spells currently.
Mind and body as one.
Wait, I can just go for one of those, I guess.
Perish now! Hero's Frost. Frost glistens! Radiant cloud!
Yeah.
Oh no.
What's this?
It doesn't do the thing that I wanted to do.
Found you. Hero's Frost. Hero's Frost. Found you. Hero's Frost.
245 currently. Currently it's 245. I can get myself as close as possible with 4 more. No, that's not going to happen. Attack increase, maybe. More swift strike. It's a bells, I guess. No, that's not it, I think. $120 and 600. 1,000 something. 23. I don't need that. Physical res. I guess. not in the state.
Icy edge.
I don't get it.
Found you. Proceed. Hero's frost. Split the heavens. Blazing arc.
And when he jumps up, it's already too late.
Found you. Hero's frost.
Did that happen?
Found you. Hero's frost. A measure of. Found you. Hero's frost.
Okay, let's move to the other location, I guess. It's first. Don't own her weapon and don't want to own her weapon.
Greetings. What can I get for you?
Pretty much.
Whenever you feel lost, you can always come back here for a cup of coffee.
Okay, when it comes to engine, I guess I want Bunny's vengeance, so let's go with this. Unfortunate. Okay, well, Manata's vengeance. That's nice. Whatever. Nope. Okay. Well, I didn't get anyone, so that's fine. It's completely fine. Так. distance is perfect. And Eos is going for a hug. What does this engine do? It doesn't seem all that big. City. 4 days, 10 hours. 10 hours, 59 minutes. What? 1 day, 5 hours. 1 day, 5 hours. Okay, well done. Up. Mhm. Area at home. Mm. The manager still isn't here. Manager, you're here! Really? I don't hear anything. You had to say something? Okay. Mm-hmm. Deal. Ooh. Sorry, what? Okay. That's nice. No. No, I have to take a picture from this angle. Can't look on the skirt because, well, they're way too short. Okay. That's a rather magical sun manger. Mousse, huh? I like the mango flavor. Use. Hello? Mousse. Mango mousse. It's gonna hear nothing. Yo, the fuck? What the fuck is with your back? It's not lewd. It's just really concerning. Ta-da! Okay. Move out! Out of the way! You're looking adorable. Well, everything is in your hands. Maybe you will. Wait. Look at this butt. I suppose that's not her skin. Mhm. Mhm. You said you don't want to be on the beach. You want to here. From no. Really like the timbre of the main instrument. Nice, it. Yay! Team spirit, inspiration, bursting forth. Lol, what? Oh. Let's see if Soldier 11 is here. Is she here? Of course. What else could? Ta-da! That's really... That's perfect. I think that's enough. Okay. a couple of times. Harry. I made a bunch of pictures, which is fine. Next, I gotta make sure I don't die from cringe. A million! Oh. Okay. Yes. For this. 20 hours. Not interested. One day 9 hours off. Okay, one day 4 hours. Let's go. Oh, it's whatever. What about those things? Only 4 hours until it unlocks, 47 days. Only 4 hours. Oh. Oh, fuck. Well, that's really unfortunate. Didn't buy myself TV. It's really unfortunate.
A measure of steel?
How to hit the top 1% in the brand new event in Zenless Zone Zero. First, make sure you complete all of the Sword Keeper event, including these trials. This unlocks all of the points that you can possibly use in that skill tree, making your Yi Shang Wang that much stronger. Here's what I currently have for the skill tree, and you generally want to make your Swift Strike ability quicker and stronger. In other words, make sure you decrease the cooldown of that Swift Strike.
Okay, but now threshold simulation. 9 hours 24 minutes. Okay, so I have to do it now. Well, one, engine 2, engine. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I need to prepare more for all of that. So let's just spend the battery charge first. A bit of it at least.
Hello guys, welcome to my channel. A free 6-star selector just dropped in Iron's Endfield, and this is honestly the biggest head start you can get right now. But listen, do not waste this ticket. Picking the bronze operator could set your account progression back by a significant amount. That is why I decided to make a little nice guide which operator should you pick and which one you should not go for in terms of the meta. And of course, the disclaimer as always, waifu over meta, smile, and now let's talk about this stuff. But before that, let's also go a little quick overview of this news, what's actually going on. Basically, the devs are giving us a 6-star character selector. We're getting some future optimizations, but within this video, I want to primarily focus on the characters, which one is worth going for your account progression. But before that, quick word from our sponsor. Let's be real for a second. Keeping up with gacha games like Arinet's Endfield gets expensive fast. You want those new characters, but your wallet definitely doesn't. Alright, let's talk about the selector itself, which one is worthwhile picking. It highly depends on your account situation, but also what you kind of wanna go for. We'll also talk about character potentials here, just in case if you're interested in that, at least the early ones. But let's begin first with the characters. So everybody gets Ardelia for free, so Ardelia is obviously not something you would want to pick, but what would be actually really good for your account to choose, especially if you didn't get Leviathan and you don't have like a DPS yet, strong one that is, you could go with either Last Right or Pogranicznik team. Both of these teams will work relatively well. However, Pogranicznik does get better if you also happen to have Life Fang. So the situation is basically like this. If you have Life Fang or Pogranicznik, one of the two, just pick the opposite and you have a full, nice physical team. If you're in a situation where you have, let's say, neither of these two characters and you got like an Ardelia dupe or Ember, then I would highly recommend to consider going for Last Right. Because for Last Right, you also have relatively good option to choose from. You basically play it with Zaihi, and then you play it with Ardelia, which is a free character, and the last slot is basically between something like Fluorite. You could also use Perliga to get some reactions going on extra on top for more damage, but of course you can also slot in Akikuri. Akikuri is a very flexible Vanguard SP buffing type of generator character, so you can easily slot her in if you already have her build. So for last strike teams, you honestly have a pretty good package. She does quite well, and if you don't have Levitain on your account or not planning to pull any limited characters, I would highly recommend you consider going for her. Now let's talk about the second team or option that is great to go for, which would be the physical team. So if you have Lifeng or Pogranichnik, just pick the opposite and you effectively play Pogranichnik, Lifeng with Chen plus Administrator or Panda. With that, you're also pretty well set up. These are very two nice teams you can go for that I highly recommend to go for, because it's gonna make your account progression, especially through future events, combat events that we're getting, much easier. Regarding Ember, I know she looks great and all. I do have 3 copies of this character, and unfortunately, I do not recommend choosing this character from the selector. The value she provides is very minimal. I do have an entire video about defenders, why they're not that great. It is true they have higher stagger amount, but what they offer compared to a supporter in the current meta game and also the upcoming content, it's kind of irrelevant. Whatever. Unfortunately, I wish the defense units did a bit more like what support units do. It is what it is. That's kind of how they decided to make defenders in this game. So you're better off not selecting this character for meta purposes. The realistic options are basically, like I said, last Runner or something, or you have more of these characters and you're kind of contemplating which dupes you should go for. So I will quickly mention that Ardelia P1, honestly, it's okay-ish, but it doesn't add as much. It will be a bit more DPS, but honestly, it's not worth going for it. Meanwhile, her P2 is just gonna basically give you more healing. I don't think this dupe is that important, because, for example, you're gonna have a future event, combat event, where you're gonna be taking damage over time, and you have a special mechanic. The current operator that gets healed will also automatically heal your other operators by 50% of amount. So you'll be kind of already healing the entire team through content where you actually need healing. So this type of extra healing is relevant, won't really do much. Then we have Pogranichnik. Pogranichnik dupes are actually quite good. Getting more SP is very powerful, very useful. So his P1 is something that you could consider for if you're in a situation where you already have all characters. Then we have last right, her P1, specifically the control operator with her battle skill buff. Whenever they perform final strike, it will deal extra damage and higher stagger. I don't think this is as good as Pogranichnik P1, but you already have Pogranichnik P1. You could potentially consider this, but we also of course have Lifeng P1, which is something that could also work, but the susceptibility is only a 5% increase. I don't think it's that impressive. Honestly, amongst these dupes, I would consider P1 of Pogranichnik to be the best amongst the P1s at least. Ember, of course, yeah, just forget about it. Just don't, okay? I mean, if you want to go for the picture, like, sure, I understand, but in terms of meta, just don't do it, okay? So yeah, this is pretty much it for my selector guide. What do you guys think about this situation that we're finally getting a 6-star selector? Do let me know in the comments down below. Also, what do you guys think about these future optimizations that we're getting? Are you looking forward to it, or you wanted more? Personally, I hope they cook more for 1.1, more than what I see here in these future update optimizations. But nevertheless, it is good that they're doing something and that we're finally getting the 6-star selector, which in my opinion,
you're not going to go over all the changes. It's really annoying.
You're not forward. Turn around. I'm in charge now. Smash them. Leave them to me. Switching to business mode. Got one for complaints.
A measure of steel slices the world through.
should be
Мы все пользуемся системой быстрых платежей. Каждый день мы оплачиваем покупки QR-кодами в магазинах или переводим деньги друзьям и родственникам. Это просто и удобно. Но задумывались ли вы о том, что СБП может быть инструментом для, например, мошенников? А все ваши транзакции видит государство. Как вообще работает эта система и в чем ее опасность? Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, вы на канале о цифровой безопасности VPN Liberty, и сегодня мы поговорим о системе быстрых платежей. Поставьте лайк под этим видео и подписывайтесь на канал, чтобы не пропустить новые. Для разговора о СБП у нас есть еще один важный повод. С 1 января в России действует обновленный перечень признаков мошеннических переводов. Он нужен, чтобы банки смогли выявлять клиентов, которые совершают переводы или берут кредиты без согласия под воздействием обмана. Среди признаков мошеннических операций...
Ага. No, that's the... .5. That's the channel. Okay, so first half sooner. Pre-download, sure.
Появились смена номера телефона для входа в интернет-банк и резкая смена интернет-провайдера. Особое внимание будет уделяться крупным переводам СБП человеку, которому раньше не было переводов, особенно если им предшествовал перевод самому себе. О том, как грамотно вести себя при использовании СБП, поговорим в конце ролика. А сейчас немного о самой системе. Систему быстрых платежей запустили в пилотном режиме в 2018 году. Уже к 2019 к ней начали подключать обычных пользователей в крупнейших российских банках. СБП задумывался как проект, который обеспечит независимость российской финансовой системы от западных санкций. С этими проблемами Россия столкнулась уже в 2014 году после аннексии Крыма. С 1 января 2021 года СБП стала доступна клиентам большинства российских банков. В ее основе простая идея. Пользователи могут переводить деньги в какой угодно банк по идентификатору, который понятен каждому, то есть по номеру телефона в нашем случае. Но вообще сценариев использования несколько. Первый – это C2C, то есть от клиента к клиенту. Второй – это Me-to-Me, самому себе в другой банк. И третий – C2B, то есть от клиента к бизнесу. Это как раз QR-коды в магазинах, или сервисах. Четвертый, наоборот, B2C, то есть платежи юридических лиц физическим, например, для возврата средств от продавцов покупателям, или страховых выплат. Система продолжила развиваться. В 2024 году были запущены еще два сценария. Один из них B2B, от бизнеса к бизнесу. Другой C2G, то есть от пользователя к государству. Речь о штрафах, налогах и госпошлинах. Сейчас СБП покрывает все основные сценарии платежей, с которыми сталкиваются и простые люди, и бизнесы. Курирует систему Центробанк и компания «Национальная система платежных карт», или сокращенно НСПК. НСПК полностью принадлежит ЦБ. Ее основали в 2014 году для создания российского аналога Visa и MasterCard. Так появилась платежная система МИР.
Как вам удобнее оплатить?
Мне удобнее карты МИР.
Карта вчерашний день, а мне удобнее телефоном по QR-коду СБП.
Вчерашний, не позавчерашний. Могу МирПэй оплатить.
Устав национальной системы платежных карт запрещает компаниям и банкам, кроме Центробанка, владеть более чем 10% акций. Даже если доля ЦБ упадет ниже 50%, он все равно сохраняет контроль. У его представителей есть право вето на любые решения акционеров. Собственно, благодаря НСПК после санкций 2022 в России продолжили работать карты Visa и MasterCard. Если эти карты были выпущены российскими банками, то они до сих пор функционируют в внутри страны. Это стало возможным благодаря тому, что с 2014-го все внутрироссийские операции по картам обрабатываются через национальную систему платежных карт. СБП любит за ее удобство. Система работает без выходных и праздников, а переводы доходят до получателя за секунды. А еще это дешево и для клиентов, и для банков. На переводы до 100 тысяч рублей не взимается комиссия, а при исчерпании бесплатного лимита комиссия ограничена – 0,5%, но не больше 1500 рублей. На переводы по реквизитам внутри банков комиссия может быть в разы выше. Для бизнеса это тоже удобно. Не нужно платить банкам за эквайринг. По СБП вообще почти нет никаких комиссий, поэтому за ваши платежи по СБП вам не начисляется кэшбэк в банках. Кэшбэк – это возврат за эквайринг. Не удивлю вас, если скажу, что данные обо всех транзакциях по СБП есть у государства. Как я уже говорил, система полностью подконтрольна Центробанку. При каждом переводе у вас собирают фамилию, имя, номер телефона, банковские реквизиты, ИНН, налоговый номер, сумму, дату, время и назначение платежа, а также метаданные, то есть IP-адрес и устройство, с которого вы совершили транзакцию. 24 сентября 2025 года Госдума в первом чтении одобрила законопроект о праве Росфинмониторинга контролировать переводы через СБП. Идея в том, что ведомство сможет получать эти данные напрямую через НСПК. Сейчас Росфинмониторинг получает данные от банков, а новый законопроект поможет снизить на них нагрузку и ускорить проверки. Но на практике все эти идеи от Росфинмониторинга или новый мошеннический перечень от ЦБ разработаны, чтобы избавить россиян от скама. Здесь же можно вспомнить и про самозапрет на кредиты на госуслугах, и так называемый период охлаждения перед тем, как взять кредит. Но мошенничество никуда не уходит. По данным на лето 2025-го, 94% россиян сталкивались с мошенничеством. Ну то есть вообще почти все. В ноябре 2025 года глава Центробанка Эльвира Набиуллина заявила, что в ЦБ перегнули палку в борьбе с мошенничеством. Центробанку пришлось разруливать ситуацию, когда клиентам банков блокировали счета без объяснений. Такие блокировки происходят все чаще. Причем счета блокируют не только за подозрительные операции или отмывание денег, но даже за сборы средств на благотворительность. Один из самых заметных медийных скандалов по поводу блокировок произошел летом 2023 года. Волонтеры в Петербурге собирали деньги на помощь украинским беженцам. Сбербанк
Hey, Endman! Good to see you again. And yep, you're still rocking that charm. Just like 5 minutes ago, huh? A pretty girl like me has definitely gotten a lot of gifts. But this one, from you, is special. It has been lost. Just be glad that nobody was hurt.
Come on, don't make it a secret.
I heard yes.
Endman, will you accept this? Have no fear. There's nothing odd about this thing.
Conventions of socialization dictate that people exchange gifts to convey their feelings. I have prepared.
Any insider news? Come on, don't make it a secret.
Okay, let's see. Okay, well, that's one of them. 43, 47, 47. 55. 48. Okay, so let's see. 8, 1979. 1188. 1586. Four, 17, 8, 17, 47, 1481, 15, 45. 675. 1491. 3. Eight, 75, 1748. No, 1740. 48 is 364. 364. Best one so far. Yeah. $15.84. 450. Okay, so the highest one 3557 is
Where should we go next?
Приняло решение заблокировать счета. Сначала активистам, а потом и донорам, тем, кто переводил деньги. В банке блокировки объяснили 115-м федеральным законом о противодействии легализации, отмыванию доходов, полученных преступным путем и финансированию терроризма. После широкой огласки счета начали разблокировать. Вообще, в 2025 году россияне начали в 5 раз чаще снимать наличные, чем раньше. Многие опасаются не только блокировок счетов, но и трудностей с оплатой из-за постоянных отключений интернета. Блокировки и мошенничество – это современные риски. От них можно избавиться только если совсем не взаимодействовать с реальностью. Но сейчас я хочу поговорить о нескольких способах, как обезопасить себя и свои переводы по СБП. Что нужно сделать до перевода? Главное, проверьте номер телефона получателя. Желательно дважды. Чтобы не перевести деньги не тому человеку, убедитесь, что вы видите правильное имя получателя в приложении банка. Если вы собираетесь совершить крупный перевод, можно позвонить банку и предупредить его. Это не обязательно, но может уменьшить риск блокировки операции. Если вы только получили крупную сумму на карту, не переводите ее сразу, дайте деньгам отлежаться на счете. Если вы недавно сменили номер телефона, подождите хотя бы пару дней перед крупным переводом, иначе банк может посчитать это попыткой хакеров угнать ваш ваш аккаунт. Есть и стандартные правила безопасности вашего банковского аккаунта. Помните, что лучшая защита – это двухфакторная аутентификация. Не забудьте установить пин-код и подтверждение через SMS, ну или через какое-нибудь стороннее приложение для генерации кодов. Никогда не сообщайте пароли и коды из SMS никому, даже сотрудникам банка, которые вам удобно позвонили в этот момент. Не переходите по подозрительным ссылкам на оплату из SMS или электронных писем, если вы сами не инициировали покупку. И, конечно, не переводите деньги по просьбе незнакомцев, которые говорят, что им срочно нужна помощь или возврат ошибочного платежа. Красные флаги при переводах. Не стоит дробить большую сумму на множество мелких переводов. От комиссии вы все равно не уйдете, а вот система прочтет это как попытку избежать мониторинга. Не обнуляйте счет полностью. Не переводите все свои деньги кому-то, кому вы никогда ничего не переводили до этого. Не используйте свой обычный счет для юридической деятельности. Ну и не врите банку, если там будут задавать вам вопросы по поводу операций. Когда у меня лочат карточку в Тинькове на крипте постоянно, я им еще в августе 24 года честно сказал, что я крипту покупаю. Они такие: есть скрин-ордеры? Я говорю: есть. Я скинул им скрин-ордеры, они такие: все, блокировка 115 ФЗ, вы прошли проверку по 115. Еще один отличный способ защитить себя в интернете – это использовать VPN. Можете, например, тот, который делаем мы, VPN Liberty. Он даст вам доступ ко всей заблокированной в России информации, от сайтов оппозиционных СМИ до YouTube и Instagram. Оставаться в курсе того, что происходит, это важно. Ссылка в описании. Есть ли похожие системы в других странах? В некоторых да. Например, в Китае все переводы через WeChat или Alipay зачисляются мгновенно. Это происходит потому, что операции проходят не внутри банков, а внутри платежных сервисов. Но государство тут тоже контролирует все транзакции и легко может заблокировать аккаунт за подозрительные переводы. Подробнее о Китае и о том, как устроена цифровая жизнь, мы говорили в отдельном ролике. В Европейском Союзе действует СЕПА – Single Euro Payments Area. Это единая зона платежей в евро, созданная для упрощения безналичных переводов между странами Европейского Союза и некоторыми соседними государствами. Деньги через СЕПА тоже отправляются почти мгновенно. Правда, идентификатором переводов служит не номер телефона, как у СБП, а IBAN – банковский счет. Зато соблюдается закон GDPR – это закон о защите персональных данных. Про утечку и продажу данных у нас тоже есть отдельный ролик. У СЕПА есть несколько ключевых отличий от СБП. Во-первых, это децентрализованная структура, поэтому качество обслуживания может отличаться от банка к банку. Ответственность за переводы лежит именно на банках, поэтому пользователи часто сталкиваются с задержками. Во-вторых, банкам не обязательно подключаться к СЕПА. Часть переводов из-за этого идут дольше и по старым правилам. В-третьих, из-за отсутствия единого регулятора системы сложнее бороться с мошенничеством. Данные слишком разрозненно хранятся. Американская система намного разнообразнее. Во-первых, многие банки в США подключены к ZZZ. Это аналог СБП, который работает под частным надзором. Консорциум банков создал компанию, которая контролирует моментальные переводы между людьми. Их так же, как и у СБП, можно делать по номеру телефона и даже по электронной почте. Из минусов – небольшие лимиты и нет никакой защиты от мошенничества. То есть совершенный перевод уже невозможно отозвать.
Be there, even when you can't be. Money received directly into your bank account. When it counts. Zelle.
Также в США работает система FedNow. Это государственный проект, который контролируется Федеральной резервной системой. Его запустили в июле 2023 года. Скорость переводов 30 секунд. В отличие от ZZZ, FedNow поддерживает B2B и B2G переводы, то есть транзакции от бизнеса другим бизнесом и государству. Из минусов еще не все банки подключены к FedNow, потому что система новая, и американцы, стойко отстаивающие свои свободы,
Oops. Yeah. So the message way too late. Okay, let's go there.
Свободы боятся, что эта система может стать основой для создания цифрового доллара, что приведет к полному государственному контролю банковских транзакций. Но чаще других систем в США используют переводы через Venmo. Это приложение, созданное на основе PayPal. Фактически, оно тоже не государственное, но, конечно, подчиняется всем банковским законам страны. Venmo работает как соцсеть. Там можно делить счет, выкладывать посты и комментировать публикации других пользователей. Чтобы совершить перевод, нужно, чтобы оба пользователя были зарегистрированы в Venmo. Аналоги СБП можно найти по всему миру. В Индии работает государственная платформа UPI – Unified Payments Interface, которая обеспечивает миллиарды транзакций в месяц и имеет полный государственный контроль. Таиланд использует PromptPay – национальную систему быстрых платежей с поддержкой QR-кодов и мгновенными переводами под контролем Центрального банка. Подобные решения есть также в Великобритании, Faster Payments, Австралии, NPP и Швеции, Swish, где системы обеспечивают круглосуточные быстрые переводы с высокой степенью интеграции банков и регулирующих органов. Все это похоже на СБП, но не настолько масштабное, массовое и строго контролируемое государством. Россия оказалась в вынужденном положении из-за санкций, поэтому пришлось создать один из лучших сервисов в мире для перевода денег.
СБП переводится как хочется.
Если вы пользуетесь СБП, помните главные правила цифровой гигиены и внимательно относитесь к своим переводам. Проверяйте данные, указывайте назначение платежа и быстро реагируйте на блокировки. Мир цифровых денег стремительно меняется, и ваша безопасность зависит как от технологий, так и от вашей осознанности. Не забудьте поставить лайк под этим роликом и поделиться им с друзьями. Рассказывайте свои истории и задавайте вопросы в комментариях. Подписывайтесь на канал, так вы точно не пропустите новые видео.
Distances to be here, right before us.
It would seem the Arknight's Endfield developers are indeed listening. Only about a week after they dropped all of their surveys asking players what it is that we would like changed and improved in the game.
I made an incredibly bold claim.
Speaking of service, 21 hours. Ooh. Better do it today.
Mexican Coke is a lie. This bottle that I tested at the beginning of the video contained, from what I can tell, 0 sucrose in it. And that led me here, which led me here, and I discovered something that Coke is doing that they haven't told anyone. This is the American Coke?
Correct.
Okay, that's not what I expected to see. Coke is not telling anyone about this. They're keeping it as secret as the federal government will let them.
It doesn't even say anywhere. It says, yeah, it says...
In my first video, I tested Mexican Coke with a blood glucose meter and a more than century-old chemical reaction. And based on those results, I claimed that Mexican Coke has no actual sucrose, also known as sugar, in the bottle, despite saying cane sugar right here on the label. That was an aggressive claim, especially because I never actually measured the sucrose. I only measured glucose. So, 2 chemistry professors decided to call me on it. This is Jeff. and John. They're both professors at Shippensburg University, and what they did is they hired an undergrad, this is Rebecca, to attempt to replicate my results. She used this machine. It's a high-performance liquid chromatograph. Everyone in chemistry just calls it an HPLC. Rebecca bought several samples each of Mexican and American Coke. She sonicated them to get rid of all the carbonation, and then she filtered them, and then she ran them on the HPLC. The data this machine spits out looks like this. It's called a chromatograph. The x-axis is time, and the y-axis is millivolts, but you can just think of it as concentration. Now, each of these peaks that you're seeing represents a single chemical. And you know which peak is which because before you ran your actual samples, you ran pure compounds, and you saw how long each of those took to elute. Elute. That's a good word. And the area under each peak is proportional to the amount of each of those chemicals.
With the same amount of sucrose, glucose, and fructose, the sucrose peak would be visibly larger than a glucose peak, and the glucose peak would be visibly larger than the fructose peak.
Now, in my creepy basement, the best I could do was to sort of semi-quantitatively measure only glucose. But this HPLC can measure all three sugars at the same time with much higher precision and accuracy. Now, look at these two chromatograms. One of them is American Coke, and the other is Mexican Coke. And if you want to pause the video here and guess which is which, please do that right now, because I'm about to tell you that the one with the larger fructose peak is the American Coke, which makes sense because it's sweetened with high fructose corn syrup. In other words, corn syrup that has more fructose than glucose, so you would expect a larger fructose peak.
Black line is Mexican Coke, and pink line is American Coke.
Yes.
Nailed it. Now, this is the Mexican Coke, and as you can see, the fructose and glucose peaks are basically equal in size, more or less, because all the sugar in the Mexican Coke started out as sucrose, which is 1 unit of glucose bonded to 1 unit of fructose, so you get equal amounts of fructose and glucose. The bottles of Mexican Coke that Rebecca tested had on average 2.8 grams per liter of sucrose left in them. So in these bottles of Mexican Coke, 97% of the cane sugar had been destroyed by the acid. In other words, in my first video, I was 97% right, which I'll take. I'll take that. The next interesting question is, how long does it take for 97% of the sucrose to disappear? And does that mean that any bottle of Mexican Coke you buy will have no sucrose in it? Now, to really answer this question, you need a bottle of Mexican Coke in which the reaction hasn't started yet. You need freshly bottled Mexican Coke. That's a problem because if Mexican Coke really and truly is made in Mexico, then it would take at least a few days to get up here to Pennsylvania, by which time it might be too late to get the measurements you need. So the team found a local soda company, Reading Soda Works, that was about an hour away, and they bought a bottle of freshly bottled sarsaparilla soda that was sweetened with cane sugar, and they ran it on the HPLC. And they were doing this as a baseline, basically to figure out how much sucrose had been hydrolyzed. And they found that basically none of it had. None of it. So they tested the pH of the sarsaparilla soda, and they found that it was about 4.6. That is 1.85 units higher than Mexican Coke, which is way down at 2.75. So that means that Mexican Coke has almost 100 times more acid than the sarsaparilla soda. Hang on, is that right? I think that's right, because you do 10 to the 4.6, or 10 to the minus 4.6? Or something. Sorry, 71 times more acid than the sarsaparilla soda. Okay, it's not 100. So then the team did something that I think is super clever. They took the sarsaparilla soda and they added hydrochloric acid to it to get it down to a pH of 2.75. In other words, matching the pH of the Mexican Coke. And then they split it up into 3 batches, and they stored it at 3 different temperatures. 3 Celsius, which is about the temperature of your fridge, 22 Celsius, which is roughly room temperature, and 39 Celsius, the temperature of a hot summer day. And they followed all 3 batches for 3 weeks. And after just 14 days at 39 Celsius, all the sucrose was gone. All of it. Even at room temperature, after just 3 weeks, that's an additional 1 week, almost half the sucrose had hydrolyzed. This is not the shocking thing that Coke is doing, but it did make me wonder. If the Mexican Coke you buy at the store contains a 50-50 mixture of fructose and glucose, and the American Coke you buy at the store contains those same 2 sugars but in a slightly different proportion, 55% and 42%, is this very subtle difference really what people are tasting when they distinguish between American and Mexican Coke? This was a big question in my first video. Now, I had a hunch that the answer was no, so I brought a sample of pure high fructose corn syrup to Jeb and John's lab, and we ran it. Look at this chromatogram. All right, so these are the fructose and glucose peaks. They are as you'd expect. The fructose peak is higher. And this right here is a little tiny sucrose peak. But what is this? This small peak at 5.825 minutes. Now, as soon as we saw this, we went back and looked carefully at the chromatograms of Mexican Coke and American Coke, and we confirmed that, yeah, this tiny little peak is present in American Coke, but not in Mexican Coke. So my interpretation of this is that there is something, probably a sugar, in American Coke that is not present in Mexican Coke.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the amount isn't large.
Right. It's
detectable.
But like, this is at a concentration that is well above taste thresholds. Like,
probably.
Depending on what this is and what the actual taste threshold. Right. You could probably taste this. Possibly. Back in 2014, during the initial Mexican Coke wars, a group of scientists from the International Society of Beverage Technologists published this paper. Now, this paper contains a chromatogram of a soft drink sweetened with high fructose corn syrup, and there are actually multiple peaks that come off before the glucose, which they identify as maltose, maltotriose, and maltotetraose. Now, those are fancy names. All they are is 2, 3, and 4 glucose subunits joined together, respectively. Now, it's possible that this peak right here that we found in our high fructose corn syrup is maltose, or maltotetraose, or even a mixture of all of these glucose oligomers, or some other higher order sugar. In my last video about Coke, I glibly dismissed the idea that anyone could taste the difference between sugars. But what about everybody who claims they can specifically taste the difference between cane sugar and high fructose corn syrup in a soda? Those people are just wrong. Yeah, turns out I might be wrong. Yeah, here's the deal. We are gonna run a taste test in this video that will help answer that question. A taste test that it would not have been possible for anyone to run before now. The night before we got to Shippensburg, Jeb found this bottle in a store in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. This is a holiday edition American Coke, except it's made with cane sugar. This is the Holy Grail. It's the thing that started the Coke Wars. It's American Coke with cane sugar and no other differences. It's not Mexican Coke with this double the sodium and who knows whatever else. Obviously, Jeb bought a couple bottles and we immediately threw it on the HPLC. Now, we were all expecting to see basically the same chromatogram as Mexican Coke. Complete inversion, complete hydrolysis of the sucrose, but that is not what we saw. Look at this massive sucrose peak. There is still roughly 64 grams per liter of the original cane sugar left in this bottle.
And so now we have to rewrite this whole video.
From a sugar standpoint, this Coke is nothing like Mexican Coke.
So either this is not very cold or it was kept at a very cool temperature.
Yeah.
I can actually do the math. Want to?
Yeah, let's do the math.
So base. Do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of math when somebody else does it for you.
What I get based off the idea that was stored room temperature the whole entire time.
Yeah.
Was that it was only about 21 days. They could market this as different. If I would have consumed this versus a regular American Coke, I would have had a different sugar like profile experience. You know what I mean?
Coke did something very special. They gave us a soda that has the low pH that we've come to expect from Coke, gives us the bite and the burn, but it also has most of the intact cane sugar left in the bottle. It's mostly a cane sugar soda.
Keep moving.
Coke has not done this before. This is an achievement. And who did they tell about this achievement? No one! They didn't tell anyone!
It doesn't even say anywhere. It says you have to look to find that it's cane sugar.
Look, nowhere on this bottle does it say cane sugar or real sugar or any of the other marketing terms that other companies fall all over themselves to tell you. The only place on the entire packaging where you will see cane sugar is in the ingredients label, which Coke is required by law to disclose. This is the Coke that allows us to run a taste test that we have never been able to run before, which is American Coke with cane sugar versus American Coke with high fructose corn syrup. Can people taste the difference? At the same time, I was also struggling to figure out what is Coke up to here. Have they lost their minds? Do they know something we don't know? I don't know anything about marketing, economics, companies, or really capitalism.
So I found some people who know more about economics than I do. Let's go.
I broke into NPR headquarters and tracked down two of the hosts of Planet Money. Can I have you guys close your eyes? Sure. We did some taste tests. Taste all three. Okay. Think about whether or not one of them is different from the other two, and if so, which one? Okay.
I think number 3 is different. Vote one.
It's maybe a little less sweet.
I agree.
No, maybe one. I think one is less.
I shall sweep the rest.
Oh my God, Jeff.
Maybe 1 and 2 are less sweet, and 3 is sweeter.
So, okay, 3 is sweeter.
Jeff's now named all of them.
And they disabused me of some of my conspiratorial thinking.
What better marketing than the President of the United States saying, go buy some cane sugar Coke?
Yeah. And that feels a lot less conspiracy theory and more like what a company would try and do if they were on their game.
A rapacious profit-maximizing company that wants to sell as much sugar water as possible.
Yes, exactly.
U.S. cane sugar prices are just artificially high. You could always count on cane sugar being more expensive to some degree. And so high fructose corn syrup could sort of always sneak in under.
The amount of sugar in a can of Coke,
yeah.
If it's high fructose corn syrup, it costs wholesale maybe 4 cents. You're looking at 4 cents of sugar.
Wow, okay, that's lower than I expected. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And if that were cane sugar at the current spot price, that would be 4.7 cents. And then multiplied by however many bajillion cans that Coke sells.
Yeah.
Makes a difference.
Yeah. And then I wanted to see if they could taste the difference between cane sugar and high fructose corn syrup in American Coke. So now we are tasting Coca-Cola products.
I think they're all the same, George.
Number 1 is sweeter to me.
Okay. Well, okay. He had a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right.
No, you have to test Kenny again right now and see if he can replicate.
Okay. Absolutely not. I refuse.
So we tested Kenny again.
Oh no, I think this was the cane sugar.
Nailed it. You're right.
What?
You nailed it.
Kenny, are you a super taster?
Maybe.
And we tested Kenny again.
I think it's this one.
So you're actually wrong. It was the middle one.
No.
Yeah, I'm not a super...
No.
I know.
That was a fluke.
I don't think so. I think it's really hard to tell the difference.
And yes, obviously Jeff and Kenny are very far from making a statistically significant sample, but this is what I think of these very limited results. Jeff and I got it wrong. I think the one to my furthest left is cane sugar and the other 2 are high fructose corn syrup.
No.
Kenny tried it 3 times and got it right twice.
Should I quit this job and go become a sommelier?
So maybe there are some people whose taste buds really can detect this difference. And maybe all of them commented on my last video.
Perfect is this win. I spot an opening.
Where you running? Now hit! Here we go! Play it by ear. Here's our chance.
Perfect is this win. I spot an opening.
Now hit! Here we go!
Present for you. I shall sweep the rest.
Touches the optimal path. We are united as one. Nicely done. Here we go. My job. Everyone's chipping in. Make way.
Perfect is this win. I spot an opening.
win. Such is the optimal path.
Everyone's chipping in.
Here's our chance. I shall sweep the rest. I spot an opening.
Here we go. Target locked.
True physical will art suppression. Okay, well, whatever. Spend some stuff. Let's not spend any more stuff.
They have finally released some information regarding some of the updates, some of the changes. They've also given us a signing event that is going to give us a little bit of summon currency, but if all that wasn't enough, they have officially given us a 6-star character selector, which in my opinion is pretty damn good and is going to help so many people play with the characters they want and allow team building to be that much easier. But let's hop right on to the video. All right, guys, so here we have our...
Edmund, you're here. I tried using the signal receiver to search for the equipment of our 3 missing crewmates. I made plenty of attempts and entered all the identifying codes I could think of, but I found nothing. Thank you, Endman. You don't need to comfort me.
Endman, look at this! I see a signal! Wait, why did it disappear?
I saw it too. It was a flash signal, and its location should be somewhere around the mountain path. It's quite possible they're still alive. Somewhere around where the Landbreakers are still active.
Wait, is the most dangerous place actually the safest place?
We should quickly inform Noffman of our finding.
Noffman!
Edmund, I've submitted my resignation. I'm no longer the monitor of this site.
Huh? Why? That's so sudden. Why did you...
All the things I've been through make me realize I'm not cut out for this job. And I almost screwed up everything, more than once. If no one had been around to help me, until the committee names a new site monitor, we'll be relying on Mr. DePan to manage this place in the interim.
Noffman, my boy, you...
It's my decision alone. Anyway, Endman, there was something important you wanted to say? What? This can't be. I thought we lost the signals back there. But it's been such a long time. If they were still alive in Valley 4, why couldn't we find any traces of them?
And they seem to be hiding near the Landbreaker lair. The raiders haven't found them because they are not obvious targets.
I know I lack confidence, as well as actual skills. And it's true that I probably botched up a few jobs. But severing their signals so they wouldn't slow us down? Rameld, Olga, and Pavel. How could they do that? Who gave them permission to make such a sacrifice? I'm not okay with this. Their actions are irresponsible and go against their personal well-being. In any case, I must take full blame for this. The fault is totally mine. Those three are three fine crewmates. Endman, please. I need your help. I must find them. Those 3 blight-brained fools really got us all worked up. Once they come back, I'll monitor them all to hell. I'll get them to copy the UWST Valley 4 emergency manual 1,000 times.
Yeah, that's right. These 3 damn fools got us all worried for ages. We gotta drag them back and teach them a real lesson. Well, give them toilet duty for a month.
That's right. Let's drag those little brats back home.
Give the orders, Noffman. The crew will find them.
Mm-hmm. Unit 1 activated. Signal receiver power is approaching 75% of threshold.
Roger that. We're all set and ready.
Amplifier Unit 2 activated. Signal receiver power is approaching 80% of threshold.
Prep work is done here. We're ready to go anytime.
Amplifier Unit 3 activated. 82%. Come on.
Roger. Amplifier Unit 4 is good to go.
All amplifiers are online. Good job, people. Endman, we can now initiate the search. Let's mark out their location.
Hey.
Verifying switch. Initiating signal trace.
Nothing so far.
No relevant signals have been picking up on the control panel.
No need to jump to conclusions. Power of the signal trace is still growing. We're already getting a signal response. Unlock all power limits for all devices. Give me a fully powered signal trace. We're zeroing in on the location. The signal is getting stronger, but we don't have a lock-on yet. Can we still increase the power?
Power output is already approaching the threshold.
Guess we can't fuss over that right now. Set power to max. 3, 2...
One.
We did it! We found the signal coordinates! It's the final section of the mountain path leading to the origin load spring.
I'm pretty sure the map is small enough that we could just walk there.
Stay alert. This hostile poses significant threat. Hey.
Someone's coming.
Nothman, my boy! We found him!
Nothman, it's actually you.
Rommel. Olga. Pavel. Everyone's here. And alive. How? How could you risk your lives like that? The UW never leaves anyone behind. Do you know how many crewmates felt betrayed by your actions?
Slow down, Nothman. And take it easy, would you? Olga's injuries haven't fully... We could barely walk, and we'd end up slowing everyone down. You saw all the blight gushing out of nowhere. If you'd taken us with you, no one would have made it out. When we finally decided to stop, we cut our signals and prepared to meet our fate. The blight flood surged towards us, and then it stopped by the cliff. We eventually recovered enough strength to move again, and found this trail that led us here. I guess fate wants us to live.
But how could you just cut the signal like that?
Well, if we hadn't cut our signals when the blight flood was upon us, what would you have done?
We have faith in you, Nothman. You probably would try to take us along no matter the cost. But if the crew had to carry us, everyone would have been overtaken and swallowed by the blight. It would be too cruel and devastating for you. It's a choice that none of us wants you to make. I know you joined the emergency committee during a disaster. It was also your first real trial. You're too kind. The mission from your superiors and those ordering your superiors, and even the emergency committee, it was never about saving everyone. It's about saving as many lives as possible. Oh, by the way, how fares the main crew?
The refuge point is complete.
young Northman got everyone settled in. And he even managed to get in touch with Endfield.
Seems like we made the right choice.
No! You're just bending the facts. Stop treating me like a kid. Look, Pavel, I found you. So I did end up saving everyone. No one has to be sacrificed.
Of course you did. You found us. Thank you, Northman. I mean it. You're incredible.
Thanks, Captain.
Thank you.
All right, crew. It's time to go home. Mr. Dupin, can you cook something nice for them? Some hot food will help them recover. Once we head back, I'll be exercising my monitor rights. You'll each be copying the emergency manual 1,000 times, by hand.
Poland settlement. Mr. Dupin.
Warning. This area is subject to possible attacks.
Oh god. No, whatever. $90. I guess that's the cheapest option. Guess
Fratello Wolfgard Lupino, Endfield Crisis Team. I represent a pack. Give me any merc job, and as long as our contract stands, I'll be your closing family.
Am I looking all right from this angle?
Get a new assignment.
Cute. Two days left. Not sure. Oh, yeah. Of course. The previous question was how satisfied am I? Multiple choice. I can only select one. Not satisfied. That's true. Don't fully understand physical reactions, sure. I guess white is prayer, this. I can realize that red circle is coming. I don't know what tactical is. I didn't know there is temporal immunity in skill point recovery. No, tacticals, I don't use tacticals, I think. No, ultimates I don't use. Gotcha. Yes. This. Stacker is whatever, sure. Aiming stuff. Just aiming stuff. Look, if dodge counter would just give the last or second to last attack in the string, somehow speeding it up, that would be much better. Combo skills, I don't know the cooldowns, I just have to guess. No, by the way, this seems alright. Yep. Metal difficulty of frequency. That's fine. I'm not sure about rewards. I don't. I don't really care. Well, I mean, it's fine, I figured it out, but it is indeed a hassle. But yeah, also, for some reason, deal way too little damage currently. Yeah, I had no clue how to get jet. Quickly. It's not about quickly, I just don't. What is headhunting? Not sure what that is. No, I use one left. Mobile phone. Oh, frame rate. Overheating. Not sure if there is latency. It's just fucking laggy. I think that happened a couple of times. It's more likely than not that I will stop playing this game at some point. No, I don't care. Wait, all of this time it didn't work? Fucking great. Fucking great. Of course it didn't work. How could I forget? The way to do it is a different one. Okay, well... a bit over 24 hours.
Our first little event, the SK port on February sign-ins are now live, and this is going to be a rather small event, but it's going to give us some goodies, so I still want to bring this up before we get into the meat and potatoes of this here video. So as you guys can see, you sign in, and daily you're going to be able to get some nice little rewards. It's nothing too crazy, it's just some Oreberry, which is always going to be nice. It all adds up little by little between your dailies, the weeklies, all of that stuff, and considering that we pretty much can choose the characters we're going to go for, because because we do get to know which characters are coming in advance, and they pretty much have the rotation established, is really damn nice. So all of this is really going to be helping out people, even if it is a very, very small amount, even if it's pretty much only a single. It's not a lot, but it all adds up. So you go ahead, you sign in, and you get these rewards. Nothing too crazy, but this is not what I really wanted to talk about when it came to this here video. This right here is what I actually want to talk about. The new patch notes, ladies and gentlemen. So let's talk about it. Dear administrator, the server will undergo a quick update. Here's the date. All administrators will be logged out and unable to access the game. In this update, we have optimized and adjusted certain experience issues present in the current version and fixed related bugs. Here are the details, okay? To make team creation easier for administrators and improve the early game experience in combat, exploration, and operator support, all administrators who complete the main mission, Chapter 1, Process 1, Break the Siege, shall receive a progress reward. Designation Selection Permit ×1. Use this permit to designate and acquire one of the 6 operators featuring the basic headhunting banner. Guys, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea how St. Tontus is gonna try to flip this into developers suck because this is too late, whatever he might say. Matter of fact, he already dropped a video where he only talks about this here little event. That's all he did. And he pretty much once again shits on the game that this event is trash and the developers don't care, but completely ignores everything about this here thing. Maybe he didn't know it was live, but still slandering, once again, the game, not waiting for the devs to speak as long as he gets his hit piece out. But I'm gonna be real with you, the fact that we're a little bit over a week in and we're getting a 6-star selector of our choice is pretty damn cool. This is a very high quality game. It does have a bunch of flaws and it does have things that need to be improved like everything in life, but a 6-star selector is pretty damn massive if you ask me, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to really make it easier for players to pretty much start the game with the characters they want. Now they can wait to use this ticket after they do their first 40 summons in the banner. If they don't get the character they want, they can go ahead and select it, and if they do get the character they want, they can select someone else to make their second team or complete their main team even more, which honestly is really damn good. Now, distribution time is after the quick update on February 5, which is pretty cool. The criteria: complete the main mission, Chapter 1, the process, break the siege. Note, claimable after unlocking mail function, so you do gotta unlock the mail, and the mail is valid for 365 days, so do be sure to claim it. The ticket will be used to select one of the following characters, so you guys know: Argalia, Pomegranate, Last Rite, Amber, Leaf Fang, for free. So you get to select between these, and honestly, these are all really good. Some very popular ones would be something like Last Rite, if you're trying to maybe skip Yvonne, because they're both, you know, ice cryo characters. Another popular one that's going around would be Pomegranate, maybe even Leaf Fang for the physical team. So just keep that in mind, and I would honestly say Argalia, but we get her for free for logging in, so we don't gotta worry about all that. This item will be delivered by mail. Administrators who have already completed or will be completing the said main mission will receive the item after the quick update on the 5th, which is really, really good, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know who you're willing to pick with this here ticket. Now, enemy stat optimizations. To improve the administrator's exploration experience, we have lowered enemy levels at various exploration levels. I'm gonna be real, I never had a problem with levels when it came to playing the game. I always thought it was relatively typical gacha levels where it's like not too challenging ever. But hey, if some people want to have a more chill experience, by all means, that's fine, because this is just like the exploration overworld stuff, which is not really that big of a deal. As long as they don't mess too much with the end game and still provide us a challenge, I'm cool with it. But exploration level 6, enemy level is reduced from 60 to 55. The post-adjustment level 55 enemies drop the same loot as the pre-adjusted level 60 enemies, which is good. Exploration level 7, enemy level is reduced from 70 to 60. The post-adjustment level 60 enemies drop the same loot as the pre-adjusted level 70 enemies, which is really good. You know, you guys are going to be able to have an easier experience traversing the game. And to be honest, this is just my take. I enjoy the challenge, but I understand that we do need to have a casual audience, at least on the easy parts of the game, right? Like progressing through the map and exploring and unlocking all your stuff, that should just be a chill experience as we go along. Maybe newer areas that introduce higher levels will give us a bit more of a challenge, but at least for now, this is totally fine to me. It does help people. overall. Early game operator progression support, optimize certain authority level up rewards. Administrators who reach authority levels 16, 17, and 18 will directly receive a number of Ferium components for assembling blue quality gear. Oh, that's really nice. That's actually really good because for me personally, when I first got to those levels, right, and I needed to make blue gear, I was like, okay, how do I make this, you know, factory crap to actually make my gear? I don't like the factory, guys. You guys already know. But I didn't actually know how to do it. I had to, you know, talk to a friend. They helped me out, and boom. But now that you're going to be able to actually get some components to make your blue gear, even if it's just for like 2-3 characters, it's still going to be really good. Administrators who reach authority level 28, 29, and 30 will direct...
Huh, am I using this wrong? Inefa, read the operation manual you recorded last time for me again.
I know. I believe regular lubricant is already sufficient. There's no need to create a brand new product.
Aw, we're already here, aren't we? Come on, I just want to experiment a bit. Oh, hi there, traveler. Just the person we need. I bet you know how to use this crafting bench. Hurry on over and help me make a bottle of that... what's it called again? That cold... frosty something. Potential oil?
Frosting essential oil.
Yeah, that's the one. The cold stuff. I want to mix it with lubricant to create something special for Inefa's joints. I was gonna do it myself, but taking efficiency into account, it might be better if you helped me out a bit.
The truth is, Aino wasted all her ingredients trying and failing to make essential oil. We presently have enough to make only 2 bottles.
I didn't fail. I was well within the bounds of reasonable trial and error. Making essential oil is a piece of cake for me. Piece of cake. But since you're the professional, it makes more sense to let you do it now that you're here. Please? Wow, you really are a professional! Come on, Inefa, let's head back and mix up some lubricant. Trust me, this new lubricant is gonna solve your overheating issues. Easy peasy.
All right, I know, but my internal components are not actually overheating while I'm operational.
Well, it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Thanks for the help. I only need 1 bottle, though, so you keep the other one. Anyway, it's time we were going. Stop by and play when you have some free time.
Unfortunately, they finally misclicked them.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today.
Receive a number of Cryston components for assembling purple quality gear. Once again, that's really good. I use purple quality gear to beat the... No, I use blue gear to beat the entirety of the game. Late into the game, I chose to use purple gear, and then finally I went for gold when I was done with everything. Upon reaching each of the authority levels listed above, administrators will receive enough components to assemble 4 pieces of gear of the listed quality. Okay, that's even better. Your whole team will be able to get blue gear and then purple gear. And that's really all you need to beat the entirety of the game until you start, you know, wanting to do that end game content and making...
No, 4 pieces of gear is just for 1 character.
It a lot easier for you. Right now we don't have endgame, but I'm sure once it gets added, we will obviously want to min-max and optimize our builds. So this is really damn cool. I really think that's going to be helpful for a lot of people. Administrators who have reached the listed authority levels prior to the quick update will receive a compensation with the matching quality of components via in-game mail after the update. I don't want that. I'm already way too high. Don't clog my inventory with that shit. Okay, we have AIC factory control optimizations. A feature to quickly switch all selected facilities on or off has been added to the top view mode. This will make it easier for administrators to quickly allocate power resources during low power. That's really good as well. This is nice for the people that do like the factory. Stage experience optimization. Distribution of nearby enemies for several TP points, rare material gathering sites, and mining spots of the map have been adjusted to improve the administrator's experience when setting up AIC facilities in these locations. What did Saint say that they dropped 3 surveys in a week and they haven't fixed shit? This dude think that people go like this and just instantly fix all these things in a game. Hey, clearly they're listening. It took them a week, bro. 6-star selector, a bunch of changes to a bunch of different things. And do we still need more changes? Absolutely. We still need more improvements to the game, but the fact that they are indeed making the game better is great. We will continue to push for other improvements and changes into the game by pointing out things that need to be improved in a positive way, telling the devs how we feel regarding certain things, but this is a step in the right direction, and I cannot wait to see how St. Tontus is going to turn this into the devs suck and this is a mediocre game. Let's see. Other adjustments. Adjusted difficulty designed for a number of percussive devices. Optimize the sound effects of certain story missions. Bug fixes. Oh, we have a bunch of bug fixes. I'm not gonna go through and like read them all out, but there is a bunch of bug fixes here, ladies and gentlemen, which is really damn cool, honestly. Look at all these bug fixes. This almost reminds me of the 3.0 launch of WoWa when they had a bunch of bugs and they fixed them really quick. It was nice. This is pretty good. Really nice. This quick update includes repair for several important issues. The following compensation will be distributed via in-game mail. 200 Oreberry, emergency sanity boosted ×1. And here's the distribution period, which is going to be February 5th, and that's pretty much it. I really like this. We will continue to optimize game content with more features and experience improvements currently in ongoing development. So they're letting us know that they are currently working on more improvements to pretty much better the gaming experience for all of us here, ladies and gentlemen. And I really like that. I think the devs are so...
Patch update, you guys. This is a sudden patch that came out of nowhere. I am having insomnia because I'm playing too much Arknights Endfield. But as I was going to go to bed, which is right now 9 PM, they suddenly have this major announcement. Things are added to the game and things are about to be added to the game. So I'm just going to read this together with you guys. Dear Administrator, ever since the official release of Arknights Endfield, Talos 2 has welcomed numerous explorers and builders of boundless passion, intellect, and spirit of altruism. Together, administrators from across the world have filled the world of Endfield with life and riches. As of February 1, 2026, power transmission lines laid down by every administrator of the world have reached a total length of 42 billion meters, and a total of 23 million shared facilities have received repairs. An Easy Stash facility located in the hub of Valley 4 also received the most installations and repairs, totaling 4.3 million repairs. We hereby thank administrators of their entire world for your efforts in joint construction and mutual support. To make team creation easier for administrators and improve the early game experiences in combat and exploration, all administrators who complete the main mission, Chapter 1, Process 1, this is quite early in the game, shall receive a progress reward, destination selection permit. You get a free 6-star selector. Use this permit to designate and acquire one of the 6-star operators featured in the basic headhunting banner. So this is kind of crazy. If you are at the early point of the game, you can just hold on to it. It will be in your valuable stash. But if you're in the later point of the game now, you can actually use it to collect one of the units you're missing. Like in my own account right now, I just don't have Programming Snake. So this is kind of crazy because I basically completed the basic hit hunting roster, which is great. I get to show off more people when I do showcases next time. So this item is received by mail. Administrators who have completed or will be completing the said mission will receive the item after a quick update on 5th February. So that's tomorrow, at least the time of the video.
I really want to sleep, and eating ice cream didn't help. Ice cream. You scream, we all scream.
I'll show you my real value this time.
sure about this one. Not sure if there is an option to dodge much. Okay, so this one. Well, not this one. Okay, makes sense. And this Swift Strike, and it will be more damage. Okay. Bonus and cap. Bonus and cap. Not just cap, but also bonus. Okay. More decibels. More stuff. That's crit damage. Yeah, crit damage is something that I would really like. Air explosion. And that's not. Can't upgrade this. Let's try like this.
Stand down.
What? Okay, something really weird just happened. Uh-huh. Let's leave the area and then we can do the bunny entrance. The normal bunny entrance, I guess.
Leave it to me.
No. That didn't work. In a way. Because I needed first to deal a bit of damage. And then press R. I guess.
Ride the wind. Boomer! You're a frost.
I'm here. Need a hand? Promise.
Is the concert starting?
Oh,
I'll give you a hand. The Qingming blade will always be raised towards your enemies.
Ride the wind. Don't push. Let my song move everyone.
Don't push yourself, Mr. Chip. Perish now! Spirit Frost. Split the heavens!
Right now, Zhao is with the thing.
Spirit Frost. Split the heavens! Perish now! Frost glistens! Light brings the dawn. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. The creator's voice. Radiant clouds. Frost glistens. Let this sword array send you away.
This is necessary for victory.
The line is drawn. Split the heavens. Frost glistens.
Oh, come on.
This one's gonna hurt.
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Found you. Split the heavens. Frost glistens. Yeshun Guang of Yun Kuei Summit, breaking all illusions.
Just in time.
I see edge. The creator's voice. Split the heavens. Frost glistens. Blazing arc. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Split the heavens. Radiant clouds. Let this sword array send you away.
Ah, fuck. Let's do it.
Watch closely. This is the real deal.
Split the heavens. Radiant clouds. Light brings the dawn. I see edge. Blazing arc. An measure of steel slices the world through!
The creator's voice!
Perish now! The Qingming's might rends the heavens! The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens! Frost glistens! Found you! Split the heavens!
Rank 6%.
Time to charge now. Don't push yourself. All right, I'll take the mic.
Maybe that's something that I want more. Oh.
I'll be fine! Yep.
Wait, I didn't.
The line is drawn.
Okay, well, unstuck. It's unstuck for a bit. Well, let's just fucking.
Press the advantage.
Perish now! I see edge. Have a rest, Miss Zhao.
Change is mine. I'm here. Need a hand?
Ooh.
I'll give you a hand.
Okay. I know that's the thing that I'm going to do is going to be pretty cringe. But
Evening. Today's special is the electric margarita with bluesy undertones.
let's do this. Please, before start, please roll into attack percent.
This tune exudes the essence of a dry martini.
It is for stat. And let's just max it out, right? Come on. Well.
I'll be waiting for your next visit.
I'll show you my real value this time.
I'll give you a hand.
Okay, let's see. Currently, I have 171 crit damage. Let's switch to this. And this is compare filter. Where's this one? Filter. No, actually. What is also good things are astral poise. What else? What else? That percent. I guess that's all. And now we really want physical and crit attack. Yeah. Okay, let's replace this one for now. Percent attack. Yeah. Basically, less crit damage, more crit rate. Yes. Is more attack? I don't know.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
That's at least that's more physical damage. Okay. That is the correct amount. Because I avoid a little crit damage. Sheesh.
Leave it to me. Yep. Judgment! The line is drawn. Split the heavens! Radiant cloud! Hero's frost! Split the heavens! Creative voice! Yeah. Split the heavens! Radiant cloud! Blazing arc! My blade cuts down evil! My spirit soars in the sky! Split the heavens! Frost glistens! Yeshun Guang of Yunquay Summit, breaking all illusions! Judgment! Hero's frost! Split the heavens! Radiant cloud! Split the heavens! A measure of steel slices the world through! Glistens! Radiant cloud! Let this sword array send you away! Icy edge. Split the heavens! Blazing arc!
Watch closely. This is the real deal.
The line is drawn. Frost glistens! Perish now! Split the heavens! My blade cuts down evil! My spirit soars in the sky! The Radiant cloud! Judgment! The Yeshun Guang of Yunquay Summit, breaking all illusions!
This must be the mission target!
Yeah. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens! Let this sword array send you away! What's this? Perish now! Icy edge. Frost glistens! Radiant cloud! Split the heavens! A measure of steel slices the world through! Frost glistens! Radiant cloud! Yeshun Guang of Yunquay Summit, breaking all illusions! Judgment! The line is drawn. Split the heavens! Frost glistens! Blazing arc! The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens! Radiant cloud! Split the heavens! Let this sword array send you away! A measure of steel slices the world through! The Qingming's might rends the heavens! I see edge. Yep. What the heavens? Radiant clouds. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens! What the heavens? Let this sword array send you away! Here I cross. Radiant cloud. Judgment. What the heavens? Split the heavens. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Radiant cloud. Yeshun Guang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions.
My turn now? I'm gonna do my best! Winner!
190k. Okay. Rank 5%.
Catch the rhythm.
Bonus and cap is increased. It doesn't really exit well.
I see edge. measure of steel slices the world through.
The Creator's voice.
Glistens. Radiant clouds. Perish now. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Necessary for victory.
Glistens. Radiant clouds.
Found you.
Split the heavens. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Frost glistens. Radiant clouds. Perish now. The Yeshunguang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Frost glistens. Split the heavens. Judgment. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Let's keep this advantage.
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Frost glistens. Split the heavens. Let this sword array send you away.
The Creator's voice.
Frost glistens. Radiant clouds. A measure of steel slices the world through. Frost glistens. Radiant clouds. The Yeshunguang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions. Spirit Frost. Frost glistens. Light brings the dawn. Judgment. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Is the concert starting?
Let's... 85%. Max initial attack. So 33,128. Attack percent, please. No. No. Oof. Add attack percent. What attack? 5%. Done. Okay, that's not it. That's also not it. Start into attack percent? No, into crit rate. Attack percent. Okay. Mm. On what? Twice what HP? Replace. That's not even max. Still lots of energy regen. Oh. Yeah, about that.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
Winning pieces are in place. Swirling clouds.
I see edge.
Split the heavens. Radiant clouds.
Perish now! The sword follows my will and winds howl in the heavens!
The Creator's voice.
Split the heavens!
Radiant clouds.
Huh? Let this sword array send you away!
Time to charge now.
Frost glistens! My blade cuts down evil! My spirit soars in the sky!
Radiant clouds.
Split the heavens! The Yeshunguang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions!
The Creator's voice.
Perish now! A measure of steel slices the world through! Frost glistens! Split the heavens! Let this sword array send you away!
Necessary for the sun. Radiant clouds.
Split the heavens! Split the heavens!
One foot.
Judgment! The sword follows my will and winds howl in the heavens! Radiant clouds! Split the heavens!
The Creator's voice.
The Qingming's might rends the heavens!
Found you. With this advantage.
The line is drawn. Radiant cloud. Frost glistens. Light brings the dawn. A measure of steel slices the world through. Let this sword array send you away. Pure frost, blazing arc. Judgment. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Yeshun Guang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions.
The creator's voice.
I see edge. Split the heavens.
This must be the mission target. Swirling clouds.
Purest frost. Radiant clouds. Frost glistens. Light brings the dawn. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Split the heavens.
The creator's voice.
Frost glistens. The Qingming's might rends the heavens. Judgment. The line is drawn. Split the heavens. Radiant clouds. A measure of steel slices the world through. Frost glistens. Let this sword array send you away. Perish now.
Winning pieces are in place.
Pure as frost. Radiant clouds. Split the heavens. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky.
The creator's voice.
Found you. The Qingming's might rends the heavens. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. Let this sword array send you away. Judgment.
Time to charge now.
The line is drawn. Frost glistens. Radiant clouds. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Split the heavens. Radiant clouds.
The creator's voice.
The Qingming's might rends the heavens. Judgment. A measure of steel slices the world through. Let this sword array send you away. Found you. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Yeshun Guang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions.
Let's keep this advantage.
Judgment. Judgment!
The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens! Let this sword array send you away!
I guess it's not bad, considering I don't have a signature. Let's go do threshold simulation. Weakness, ice. Let's see, ice. Rebuild up. Висуха. Just like that. That makes sense. Let's go do this.
The Epstein files have come to Britain and sent shockwaves through British politics in what I don't think is unfair to describe as perhaps the political scandal of the past 50 or 60 years. The story centres on Peter Mandelson, a key figure in British government and in particular the Labour Party for decades and decades and decades. But we'll come on to him in a moment. Because the release of the so-called Epstein files has been a long time coming. There's been a long time since we have known about this tranche of information. There has been a long time of the US Department of Justice debating what it will and won't release, of some people campaigning for it all to be released, the government kind of dragging its heels as whether they wanted to do that or not. And most of the biggest questions surrounding the Epstein files up until this point had all focused on the US and particularly on Donald Trump. We know that Trump had some relationship with Epstein, and the big questions were, A, what might we find out from the Epstein files about Trump's relationship with Epstein? Would the DOJ actually release all the files, or would they avoid releasing anything that involved Trump, which there is some sense might have happened in the event of these files actually coming out? And then also, even if they did, what would happen after that, right? Would Trump just declare it all to be fake news? Would he face any repercussions, or is he well politically defended enough that like that doesn't matter anymore, right? This is a guy who is sending untrained personal troops into American cities. Like, does it matter if he has, you know, what traditionally might have been described as a scandal? And all of that in the US remains. We have seen some consequences. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, who had previously been declining to participate in the investigation, have said that they will now testify on the topic. Bill Gates has similarly come under pressure to participate in the investigation and to reveal what he knows and his relationship with Epstein was. And yet it's looking like the biggest revelation so far relates to the UK and to a politician and spin doctor and PR person and a business guy, Peter Mandelson, who has found himself at the centre of what is not unfair to describe as the political scandal of the last half decade, which involved releasing private government information almost as soon as it was released to him and meant to be under the veil of secrecy of the government to Epstein, often in record time, in ways that potentially, allegedly, enabled insider trading and potentially involved him advising American business people, including Jamie Dimon, on how to pressure the UK government, of which he was a part, to achieve their goals. In fact, such is the depth of the political scandal involved in all of this that we're not even gonna talk really about the sex crimes aspect of all of this. Like, this story is so crucial that Epstein being a billionaire child trafficker is sort of background information to this story, and even if he wasn't those things, it would still be as scandalous. But I think it does, as well as the specifics of what's happening in the UK, also potentially shine some light on kind of how Epstein was functioning and his role as a power broker between these various different factions of billionaires, business people, politicians, etc. So this is Peter Mandelson. And in order to really get across why this story has proven to be such a firework in British politics and in the news, I need you to take you through a little bit of his political history as someone who has been around British politics for a very long time and has always been a controversial figure within them. Here is a picture of him, a picture we've had for a number of years now. The Financial Times, I believe, released this particular picture of Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein in 2023, I think. And we have now since had further ones in the more recent release of Fire. Here he is in his underpants. Here he is chatting with Epstein while Epstein is fully clothed and Mandelson is in his dressing gown. But as you'll explain later, we've known that they've had a relationship for some time. What is new over the past few days is some specific details, but some specific details which put this in a completely different light. So to describe Peter Mandelson as like a former UK ambassador to the US, which he was until very recently, or to describe him as a former member of parliament or even a former cabinet minister, sort of doesn't really do the guy justice. Peter Mandelson is a guy who has been at the centre of British politics, and in particular Labour Party politics, for decades and decades and decades. When I was doing some prep for this, I managed to pull up an article from 1989, this is in The Guardian, which means that it manages to get, The Guardian has this kind of cool feature where it will tell you if an article isn't particularly recent, just to like give you the heads up that this is not up-to-date news. And it receives the tag, this article is more than 36 years old. And this is about the role of Peter Mandelson in reshaping the Labour Party's image towards the end of the year. As potentially we might say it has at the moment, the Labour Party had been through a period where it had been reasonably left-wing under the leadership of Michael Foot, Plymouth Boy, and Peter Mandelson had been part of the process of rebranding it as a more market-friendly, very PR-focused political party. And you know, this article is talking all about the ways in which he is good at neutralising an unfavourable press. And this is in a role of Director of Communications.
Into the frozen abyss.
So his whole role back in the late 1980s, he was already at that point at the top of the Labour Party as its Director of Comms, really thinking about like how do we get good press for Labour. And probably the key moment in all of this is his participation in the rebrand of Labour as quote-unquote New Labour. So part of the kind of logic of Mandelson and his colleagues, so Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, and that kind of ilk of people around the Labour Party at that time was that the Labour Party brand was so tarnished and so set in this idea of being a bunch of socialists who to nationalise everything that it needed a complete brand refresh. So one of the substantive things they did was they sort of changed the core of the Labour Party, which committed the Labour Party by hand or by brain, I think, to nationalising all key services in the UK. And they said, you know, that's no longer going to be something that is part of the core constitution of the Labour Party as a political party. But then also they were going to rebrand as New Labour to embrace this. Like Margaret Thatcher had come through, changed the political dynamic, and Labour were going to be part of that revolution. And in all of this, as Director of Comms, kind of Mandelson also sort of founded a role which is now a kind of go-to thing that all British politicians, at the very least, or British political parties seem to have, which is the role of this kind of Director of Communications who is like a real ball breaker, who has a lot of power and political power within a party. And some of you may be aware of The Thick of It. I imagine we have a reasonable number of The Thick of It fans in the audience, and particularly the character Malcolm Tucker. If you're not aware, this is Malcolm Tucker.
Usually the phrase "I'm not threatening you, but" is followed by a threat. I'm sorry, Malcolm. I'm really sorry.
Fuck's sake, Jesus! Well, another fucking antics of trying to fucking smug and glum, haven't we? Fucking retarded! Jesus Christ, do you not think it would be germane to check who you're talking to? It's a fucking newspaper office! It's not a fucking sanatorium for the fucking deaf! Is it a...
The Malcolm Tucker in The Thick of It is this like loud, sweary Scottishman who is like the Director of Comms for a Labour government, and sort of the whole framing of The Thick of It is that he has more power than any of the politicians, and that it is him that is like pulling the strings, and all the politicians are a little bit inept, and that he's the one that's like, right, this is what you've got to go out, you've got to say, and he really decides who is in power, who gets promoted and demoted, and all of this because the narrative is above everything. And he is more specifically based on Campbell, who some of you will now probably more be aware of as one of the hosts of Director's Politics, because the horrors of how our media system works means that even if you lie a country into going into Iraq war, you manage to rehabilitate yourself to become one of the biggest political presenters in the country. But he was very much that. He very much played that role in the later part of the New Labour period, where he was the power broker within the Labour Party who would focus on shaping the narrative. And yet Mandelson kind of set up that role for him, sort of planted the foundations. And like, this is a role that now just seems to exist. Every prime minister or political party leader has their greener worm function. So Boris Johnson had Dominic Cummings, who did a very similar role. Morgan McSweeney is Keir Starmer's current Peter Mandelson figure. And his link to Peter Mandelson, Morgan McSweeney's sort of a bit of a protege of him, and also campaigned quite hard to get Peter Mandelson the US ambassador job, and that's something we'll come back to shortly. But Peter Mandelson kind of laid the foundation for this to become a role. And interestingly, when he does did so, he gained the moniker the Prince of Darkness. And throughout the telling of this story and through all of the reporting that you see on this story over the next few days or next weeks, I sort of want you to remember that even back then, like back in the 1990s to 2000s, he already had that moniker of the Prince of Darkness, right? His kind of skill was that he was good at working behind the scenes to connect people and to shape narratives and all of this stuff. And this is before he's even been elected as an MP in the first place. He kind of already has this reputation. At that point, probably it is viewed largely as a positive. The kind of political narrative around New Labour was that it transformed an unelectable political party into a really media-savvy one that was really good at narratives. And if it seems like going back to the 1980s is a real stereotype of the like YouTube video essayist trying to give you the context to something, like it is really important that we go through all of the various different scandals that Peter Mandelson has been involved in, so that when you see reporting on this over the next few days, you are aware that this really is a case of it being the people you most expect. Because in 1992, there's a general election at which the Labour Party makes the gains that John Major holds on as Conservative Prime Minister, but Peter Mandelson becomes an MP. He decides to trade in that role as Director of Comms and enter into frontline politics himself, in a way that Alistair Campbell and other figures after him never quite did. And so he's an MP in 1992, and then in 97, Tony Blair, landslide election victory. Many of you already know that sort of broad strokes of that story. But Mandelson goes straight into government, and he lasts, trying to do a bit of maths, just over 18 months before he is hit by his first big political scandal. He's been working towards this for 10 years, like probably a bit over a decade, that he's been working to get the Labour Party into government. He decides to become an MP, he's going to play a big part in it. Less than 18 months in, and he is surrounded by scandal already. And perhaps in a way that looks forward to some of the scandal that he is surrounded by at the moment, it already involves him receiving rewards which are seen to at least place his ability to carry out his role as a government official into question, let's say. And at the heart of it is a loan that he is given by a government colleague. So this is someone who is also an MP called Geoffrey Robinson, who is at this point like one of the wealthiest people in Parliament. He is also a businessman, and some of his business dealings are being investigated by the Department of Trade and Industry. And so Peter Mandelson takes a loan to buy a really flashy house in Notting Hill, which costs £475,000, which at the time his government salary would have been around 40 grand. So it costs a huge amount more than he would ever have been able to afford off his own back. He gets given this, like, basically interest-free loan, and the kind of murk around it is enough that it is considered to have brought the government into disrepute. It becomes this big scandal. And so just over 18 months into being an MP, into being in government, he is forced to resign in just absolute disgrace. And yet his response is kind of that he has been hard done by. He never sort of quite admits that this is a bad thing that he has done. Here he is quoted on the BBC from an article way back in 1998 saying, "I have paid a very big price." It's everyone else's fault. He has paid the big price in having to resign. And yet, he doesn't last long out of the government. So he remains an MP, and less than a year later, I think it's about 10 months later, he's brought back into the government again by Tony Blair. He's brought back in as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and he lasts, I think, around 2 years in that role before he is again hit by scandal. This time it is that basically he's picked up the phone to the person that is in charge of immigration to suggest that a current passport application which is in process should be smoothed along. There is a Indian businessman who is one of the sponsors of the Millennium Dome, which we don't have time to get into, but is a project which Mandelson was particularly passionate about, even though other politicians in the Labour Party were not so keen on it. And so one of the donors is an Indian businessman who has donated some money towards the Millennium Dome. And basically Mandelson picks up the phone to the immigration department and is like, "Hey, could we smooth along this application?" And so he is once again forced to resign, and again, different particulars. However, it is once again about him sort of doing favors for wealthy people, or being seen to act in ways that could help wealthy people after maybe they've done something which has helped him out too, right? His project has been helped out, and whether there's direct exchange there, or whether it's just a sort of broader I do one for you and then at some point that will get repaid in kind, is less clear. But once again, it is considered to have brought the government enough into disrepute that he is once again forced to resign. And yet he again never quite admits that
Hey Proxy, welcome to the DA Crash Course. In this video, kinda difficult. MFU is a miasma boss that finally joins the anomaly dependent category of bosses that we haven't had for a while. When you cause an anomaly effect to occur, it takes 8% additional anomaly damage from agents, which stack up to 6 times. In total, you can cause 48% additional anomaly damage from your agents. I think I did that math right. However, this buff goes away when MFU gains her miasma shield, and then you have to reapply the buff. The trade-off is that you cause the miasma shield to break more easily, to 50% more efficiency with max stacks. Her signature requires you to play a minigame. Each time she attacks, you have to dodge the attack and cleanse the pools left on the floor using the circle. You must dodge the initial attack, the circle, and the pools exploding after to earn 1700 bonus points. If you get hit by any attack in this phase, you don't earn the bonus points. This happens up to 3 times, and she uses her miasma shield to attack. So by cleansing the pools, not only will you get a max of 5000 score, you also prevent her from regaining her shield. Now, she will do her final attack, dragging you towards her, If you don't run away or counter the mechanic, you will take significant damage from the attack itself and the miasma buildup. Lightbringer MFU is very interruptible except for one move, and she has a move that uses a talisman. You can tell by her color, she starts turning gold. That's her using the talisman. The only way to disrupt this move is to use an anomaly weakness to stagger her, so ether corruption or physical assault. Most of her moves will be telegraphed by her screaming, and she prefers anomaly players to dodge counters and defensive assist when she doesn't have a miasma shield. This helps with consistent anomaly buildup, but every team varies, and you probably know your team better than I do. As for a signature move, what I find very helpful is to run to a nearby wall and stare at her to time the dodge. After the first attack, look down and dodge away from the wall. Then repeat the process. I didn't notice any difference if we were closer to her, whether the attack is faster or not. As of now, the distance doesn't seem to matter. Going back to her final move, once you run away and the larger part of her disappears, you are free to use a support ult or quick assist to jump back in to close the distance. You may have to walk a little so the tracking is easier for your team. I recommend keeping in mind your decibel meter before the timer hits 1 minute and 45. She seems to always go into her signature right around this time. You could also parry or iframe it using EX moves, then follow up with an immediate ult. But using your EX meter can be considered wasteful, except for only one character so far. That is Caesar. I'll add the run showcasing her towards the end of the video so you can see what I mean. Lastly, let's talk about teams. So this is a physical ether version of Bringer in my eyes, except that players have new and old options available to them. The brash answer is Yuzuha and Alice because they're elements, and Yuzu specifically increases anomaly buildup for the team. As you saw, I can still clear with Miyabi and use Bernice, even though the boss is resistant to fire. However, this is because I don't have options like Yanagi and Vivian to get a higher score. And the fire resistance slows down the anomaly buildup for Bernice, so if you can avoid it, don't use Bernice. For premium options, use anomaly characters like Jane, Vivian, and Yuzuha for the easiest clear possible. For free-to-play A ranks, you can use Piper and Nicole as top tier answers. Dare I say M6 Pulchra with 4-piece Freedom Blues. If you don't believe me, I always say this because I was only 1,012 points off from getting all 3 stars without using any S-rank signature weapons, even the free ones. So I imagine that those who have a well-built Piper, Pulchra, or Nicole can do it free-to-play without needing an S-rank weapon. Like I hinted earlier, using Freedom Blues can be helpful along with Astral for quick assist and faster anomaly buildup for your main DPS. This boss has a low stun rotation multiplier, meaning that she starts at 125. That is probably the lowest we ever seen so far. I will strongly advise against using stun-oriented teams unless you have a unit that reduces anomaly resistance, such as Yuzu, M1 Astra, or M2 Caesar. Of course, because it's miasma, Rupture hypercarry teams are a good option as well. Even Yixuan with Jifufu can clear without issue. So far, that's all I got for this version of MFU. Don't feel discouraged if you didn't get a very high score for this boss without the proper units. It's quite difficult without them, but it is certainly doable. I believe in you. If you want to stick around, subbing will be greatly appreciated. Liking also shows your support, and let me know in the comments if you think this is the hardest DA boss we've had so far. Till then.
Almost paradoxically, Arknight's Endfield designs are elegantly
Welcome to One More Thing, a channel digging into the craft, psychology, and brilliance of Columbo. If you're new here, subscribe and settle in. There's always just one more thing. Today, we're examining those rare and fascinating episodes where the killer took Columbo seriously from the start. Generally, they tend to be perceptive personalities, people who can read others, who study behavior, who see through the act. And our first case? It's a masterclass. The first is Mr. Dr. Bart Keppel, owner of Keppel Industries and one of my personal favorites, Double Exposure. Played by the great Robert Cope, who was back for his third and final appearance in Colombo. Cope plays Keppel with that calm, clinical rationality he does so well, but much more in control of his rage than in Death Lends a Hand and the most crucial game. In this episode, Keppel is a behavioral psychologist and corporate consultant who believes people can be manipulated as easily as film frames. His client, Vic Norris, is tired of being stitched up. Keppel trapped him with photos of the married Norris and a hired temptress to keep him tied to the firm. And now, Norris wants out. Keppel's solution? Construct a perfectly engineered murder using subliminal cues, timed projections, and controlled stimuli. The setup is straightforward, and might I say, one of the most subtle, smartest, cleverest I've seen. Keppel feeds Norris a bunch of salty caviar, takes him to a documentary screening, slips in subliminal images in the film to make him thirsty, waits for him to leave the theater to grab water from the fountain, and boom. His alibi rests on the fact he was narrating the film screening the whole time, helped by a handy recording he made earlier. His alibi seems bulletproof. On top of that, he's framed poor Norris's wife by having her drive alone to a mysterious location to find evidence of her cheating husband.
Anyway, I hired a private detective because I got suspicious.
Now she has no verifiable alibi. Keppel is as calm and calculated as he's ever been, cooperating with Columbo by answering his millions of questions with polished, reasonable-sounding explanations. His movements are logical to the point of rehearsed, the kind of smooth choreography you'd expect from a man who studies behavior for a living.
So, for example, you do the shopping in your family. How'd you know that? I mean, you're right.
Keppel never raises his voice, never breaks composure. Instead, he hides behind professional charm and psychological jargon, trying to stay a few moves ahead by appearing transparent. But underneath that calm surface is a constant, strategic calculation. He's not helping Columbo, he's managing him. So when does Keppel realize Columbo isn't as foolish as he makes out to be? There's a hint from the very first interaction, that look he gives when Columbo calls for more questions. Then comes the key exchange. Keppel describes himself as
a very well-organized man, I don't panic.
And Columbo acknowledges
you're a man of enormous self-control.
Then that stare, followed by
one other thing.
Now, we all know what that phrase means. It's Columbo's tell that he's onto something. But here's what's brilliant. The moment where Columbo knows is not too far off from the moment Keppel realizes that he knows. Two behaviors reading each other in real time.
Forgive me, but, you know, in my business, we have to learn to read expressions. I had a feeling you were going to say something.
Fast forward to the supermarket scene, where if it weren't for the entertaining interaction, Keppel's yellow coat would have taken center stage. After a load of questions and menacing looks, we get the line that sums up Columbo's entire jig.
Sounds like you feel a little empty-headed at the moment. I don't think you're empty-headed at all.
Then we get the handshake, which Keppel extends. To me, this says, I know you know, and you're smart for knowing. Good luck trying to find all the evidence. And it's game on. Now, here's something I noticed about the handshakes in this episode. It's only when Keppel feels he's one up, when he's in control, that he extends his hand first. It's a power move, a gesture of confidence. I've got this handled, Lieutenant. Nice try. But watch what happens when the tables start turning, when Columbo's getting closer, when Keppel's feeling the pressure. Suddenly, it's Columbo who extends the handshake first. It's this beautiful, subtle visual language that tracks the power dynamic throughout the episode. Keppel shaking first says, I'm winning. Columbo shaking first says, not anymore. I love it. Have you noticed this in other episodes? Let me know in the comments. What changes after the super method? Well, apart from the fact that Keppel has to kill the projectionist because he's worked out Keppel's a murderer, he's seriously unimpressed with Columbo popping up everywhere. But it's the game. The game has commenced, and this is Columbo's move. Columbo starts getting a bit cheeky with his language.
Okay, shoot. Beg your pardon. Go ahead, I'm waiting. Can you help me?
And Keppel, who's smart enough to notice language, can do is smile and laugh, knowing every innocent little word is a carefully timed warning shot.
Your innuendos keep clumping through our conversations like hobnailed bullets.
There's so much tension in these scenes, I'm going to shut up and play them all. NBC, please don't give me a copyright strike.
Very frustrating for you, isn't it?
Doc, I just wanted to thank you for all your help.
Anytime.
Thank you very much. You've been very helpful.
Not at all. You're an interesting man, Lieutenant. Very interesting.
In light of this new information, I was wondering whether or not you could find it in yourself to be more helpful at this point.
Tensions heighten during the golf match, where we've gone full cat and mouse mode.
Don't get careless.
Columbo mentions Tanya Burr's phone records, and Keppel claps back with a reasonable explanation. An affair. Columbo then outright accuses him of murder, which they both know, and Keppel mentions, lacks hard evidence. Even with the added information of the projectionist murder, Keppel is not budging. Columbo somewhat admits defeat. For now.
My turn!
Nice shot, Doc. For a while there, I thought I was going to spoil your game.
Not a chance, Lieutenant.
Evil shall.
It's not until Columbo implements subliminal images into the documentary they watch later, using Keppel's own methods, that he's finally caught. What makes this episode great is that Columbo, 1, didn't have all the information, and 2, used Keppel's own methods against him. To be honest, I think it's more impressive when he has all the info and catches the killer, rather than when Columbo sets things up to force a confession or catch someone in the act.
Do you want to build better factories in Arknight's Endfield? One way is to make use of rotation.
What?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Leave it. All right, I'll in position. Reporting position. Ether vision activate. Show no mercy. Wide open. Right on cue. Now you parry. Off balance. You're in what you deserve. Sound strategy. Time to pin him down. Now you parry. It's time. Take the shot. My bullets are one with the wind. A perfect conduit. Flip the switch. Loyalty. It's time. Wide open. What you deserve. Off balance. You're in my sight. It's time. Suppressing fire. This song is dedicated to the world. A perfect conduit.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Did you just grab my tail?
Oh, it's real?
Yes, it's real.
Lizard.
In the future, we will consider sending this progress reward item via an in-game feature so that receiving the item will be more intuitive. So this is any time of the game, I would assume. It's not just the game launch, it's like anybody who joins the game in the future. Meanwhile, during the last 2 weeks, the project team has received plenty of valuable suggestions from multiple channels, including surveys, customer support feedback, and community discussions. We have referenced these suggestions as well as administrators' in-game behavioral data to improve the in-game content. The previous update optimized the claiming of AIC factory simulation rewards and reduced the stats and or resistances of certain enemies. You're reducing resistances? The ore at B is secret. What do you mean you're reducing this? Okay, in addition to these tweaks, we hope that our DevComs will provide timely and comprehensive updates on optimizations that are ready to go, as well as those in the works for future updates. So, those that are ready to go, I assume it's either now or tomorrow from this video. Exploration level 6 will have enemy level reduced to 60 to 55. They will drop the same amount of loot. I think that's fine to just lower it so that it's just not as intense. I suppose it's an overworld after all, so you kind of don't want to make yourself so differentiated from the overworld enemies. Oh, but now exploration level 7 drops from 70 to 60. Wow, that is quite a change. I'm assuming that in the future we're going to get exploration level 8 and 9, which means that we might get a 65 or 70 in the future, but not right now in the game. It's until the next map basically. Early game operator progression support. So when you reach 16, 17, 18, you'll receive some variant components you can reuse for blue quality gear. Not a bad thing, let people try out some gear. Then when you reach 28, 29, 30, you get crystal components. Also not bad. If you reach those authority levels, Administrator will receive enough components to assemble 4 pieces of gear of the listed quality. So it's just a tryout basically. This will improve the combat experience before administrators construct and develop their AIC factories. Okay, administrators who have reached the listed authority levels will receive the compensation items. Although if you max out your capacity, then it kinda doesn't matter. AIC factory control optimization, a feature to quickly switch all selected facilities on or off has been added to the top view. That's interesting, so you can kinda just shut down everything in one go. Okay change, map experience optimization. Distribution of nearby enemies for several TP points, rare material gathering sites and mining spots have been adjusted. So I guess you're pushing them away now. Not a bad change, it doesn't distract people. I remember that in Origin Science Park there is that worm that spawns right beside the collection point, which I find it very weird. There's also another one that is in Valley Pass, but I guess they're moving them away, so good. Then other optimization, adjusted difficulty designs for a number of percussive devices. I'm not sure what that is supposed to be. But okay, so this is added tomorrow at UTC plus 8. So this is my timing, 8 AM tomorrow morning. Now there are future updates, so the listing is. So we have long-term monitoring of in-game data and feedback from our community. We will continue to work on various optimizations for future updates. Most of these changes will be released with the next 2 updates. They include but are not limited to the following. Let's see it. Resource allocation and experience. Add more early game hit hunting resources and sources. Interesting. This is literally one of the complaints I have right now in the game. I wonder what they'll do to fix this. We'll have to see when the patch actually comes out. Adding more sources of AIC quota as players have reflected the limited amount of AIC quota available. So that's the one that you can use to buy materials within the game, I suppose. When you get your banner pools, you get duplicates, you can spend them. I haven't used them to feel this, but okay. Optimizing several tasks in the operational manual. Interesting. So, are they easier or something? Optimizing protocol spaces for materials. They can now challenge these with max HP. Oh good, so if you exit the protocol space and you go back in, you will definitely get max HP beforehand. So you don't have to annoyingly go to a teleport. Good change. AIC Factory. Optimize the display of shared facilities in cutscenes. So I guess they're gone. Good change. Optimize the management of shared facilities so they can be deleted directly from the map screen. Good. Is this an option to turn them off? This has been something that players are screaming for. I also want to remove it when I want to. Probably when there's a new map, I will turn it back on for fun to see the messages, but then when I don't want it, I'll turn it off. Quick stash logic will be changed for filled bottles. I don't really know how this one works. I don't know what's the problem with it now, so I can't comment on that. UI so that players' own zipline facilities can be better distinguished from shared zipline facilities. I guess it's gonna add like a little highlight for you to know that it's yours and it's someone else's. Adding the minimap during ziplining. Holy crap, how did they not add this? That's like a beta test comment that people are giving, but okay, now I guess there's enough voices that they'll do it. That's like a beta test comment that people... UI so that players' own zipline facilities can be better distinguished from shared zipline facilities. I guess it's gonna add like a little highlight for you to know that it's yours and it's someone else's. Adding the minimap during ziplining. Holy crap, how did they not add this? That's like a beta... It's gonna add like a little highlight for you to know that it's yours and it's someone else's. Adding the minimap during ziplining. Holy crap.
If we are to pause for a moment, please allow me to check my sword.
How did they not add this? That's like a beta test comment that people are giving, but okay, now I guess there's enough voices that they'll do it. Increasing the maximum zoom out of the top view mode. Good, you can see more of the base, I like that. Adding a feature on PC that lets players exit top view mode by pressing the escape key. Yes, I've been pressing the escape key and it pops up the menu. I thought it was intuitive and then I had to get used to pressing the caps lock, but good change, now it's escape key. Yes, I've been pressing that so much. Allowing AIC facility construction outside of the core AIC area. Huh. Why? I wonder why you need this. What would this do to the way that bases are built? I'll have to see when that happens. Optimize the display of completed simulations and adding engraved medals for completing simulations. So even though you can skip the tutorials for building the base now, if you didn't know, it will give you pools for doing so. They're also trying to improve it and giving you some incentive to do it manually by giving you engraved medals. You don't have to, but if you want a medal collection, you can do so. Interactions and quality of life. Optimize the acceptance of new missions after mission completion to improve the clarity of mission guidance. Okay, I guess this is like, once you immediately get the mission, it triggers that you are on that mission and it stays there. Adding tips from missions that can unlock new areas. Ooh, okay. So if let's say you're locked behind, will they signal to you have to complete a certain quest? Would be good. Optimizing the mail cache. Rare gatherers can now go to mail cache. Oh! And directly move to depot once claimed. Oh! So it doesn't sit in your backpack anymore, it'll just be in the depot so that you can use it easily. Very good change. Nice. Optimizing the appearance and frequencies of red dot reminders so they become less intrusive. I mean, it is a very big red dot, so I guess they're just making it smaller or something? Optimize the display of materials left in gathering sites. Need to see what kind of change this looks like. Optimize the controller experience. I haven't used controller for a while, but good change if they realize people are having problems. Quick claiming feature for cabin products and an auto production setup feature for production cabins. Oh my goodness, that is literally what I'm asking for. That is crazy. They finally learned, because the problem is when you collect in the base for Arknights, you can't quick claim, right? There's no singular button that lets you claim everything and reset everything. But they finally follow Arknights and they figured out that they need to do this. Please add this change fast. It will save lives. Although I do wonder when they say auto production, does that mean when you take the EXP, you don't have to like refill it, it just auto sets? It's what's happening in Arknights also, so good if it's happening. Quick claim feature for clues and auto clue placement. Okay, nice. Remote quick claim feature for recycling stations that become available after meeting certain criteria. I don't know what this means. You mean like you don't have to go to the recycling station? You can just claim them away? Why do you need that though? Because at a certain point in time, you don't need those recycled materials. Unless they're of use in the future. Then for combat, optimize visual cues and effects that appear when enemies are about to attack. I guess it's going to be a bit more obvious for you to dodge or something. It's not like a small flash. I hope it's not that intrusive also. They have to figure this out. Optimize teammate support in picking up drops and loot. Well, I want them to pick up, you know, the rare gather modes, like the plants and stuff. They should also help me to pick it up. I don't know why I'm doing it alone. Like, they can do it for mining, but they can't do it for plants for some reason. Optimize the teammates' following actions, movement paths, and collision effects. Okay. And optimize the logic for exiting battles. I think this has to do with bosses. So especially if you're in a boss fight and you realize someone died and you want to reset, for whatever reason there's no escape button or exit button. So they finally had it. then yeah, that's a good thing. We hope the aforementioned optimization and changes will give our administrators a better gaming experience. Other improvements are also in the works. We will constantly reference our administrators' feedback and suggestions. In the future, we will continue to use dev forms to communicate. Okay, I am going to make a very big, painful review for Endfield, which you guys will see within this week. It's basically all the things that I don't think is going well for Endfield. It's nice to see that they are listening to, you know, what people are asking for and trying to add the change over time. Perhaps if I give all those lists of stuff, they might consider it even further, although I do feel like some little things are already addressed here, which is good, which means I can say less not so nice things in the video. But until then, subscribe to the channel and you'll catch up for more news.
Да, файлы Эпштейна все-таки опубликовали. Информация, содержащаяся в них, удивительная, шокирующая и не очень достоверная. Неужели Трамп ел людей на сатанинских оргиях и насиловал детей? Правда ли, что Билл Гейтс тайно подмешивал своей жене антибиотики после секса с русскими девушками? Действительно ли жертв Эпштейна заставляли рожать детей, а потом их забирали? И чем это закончится для всех упомянутых лиц? Короче, давайте разбираться. Прежде чем начать, напомню, что если у вас вдруг тормозит YouTube или любой другой заблокированный ресурс, то по ссылке в описании есть SOTA VPN. Попробовать его можно всего лишь за 10 рублей, подключить можно будет до 10 устройств. Сейчас преступления Джеффри Эпштейна считаются одним из самых скандальных эпизодов американской политики последних лет. Этот человек долгое время сексуально эксплуатировал десятки несовершеннолетних девочек. При этом он был знаком со многими людьми из высших слоев общества. С Дональдом Трампом, Биллом Клинтоном и другими. Долгие годы он уходил от правосудия, а в 2019 году покончил с собой в заключении. Правда, многие не поверили в суицид Эпштейна. Сейчас у публики распространено представление о том, что правительство намеренно покрывает его преступления. Осенью прошлого года Конгресс США пытался принять закон, который требует, чтобы Министерство юстиции опубликовало все документы по делу финансиста. В ходе предвыборной гонки Трамп сам обещал сделать все документы публичными. Вместо этого он долгое время сопротивлялся принятию билля и мешал Конгрессу. Но в итоге резко поменял позицию, когда в Конгрессе собралось нужное количество голосов. Закон был подписан. Генеральному прокурору было дано 30 дней на его исполнение. Через месяц, когда дедлайн уже подходил к концу, Минюст опубликовал лишь малую долю от имеющегося материала. Публика выражала недовольство. Конгрессмены начали грозиться, что начнут принимать меры против генерального прокурора Пэм Бонди. Но внезапно, по прошествию 2,5 месяцев, это наконец случилось. Файлы были опубликованы. Заместитель генерального прокурора выступил в пресс-конференции.
Сейчас и в течение всего дня, по мере завершения индексации и загрузки, мы подготавливаем материалы, подлежащие раскрытию в соответствии с законом.
На сайте Минюста в тот же день появился соответствующий пресс-релиз со ссылкой на онлайн-хранилище. Что же содержится в этом массиве данных? Это очень разношерстная коллекция материалов. 2000 видео, 180 тысяч фотографий, 3 миллиона страниц документов. Все файлы разделены на 12 больших архивов. Любой при желании может их сейчас полистать. Например, первый архив содержит тысячи снимков, которые сделали сотрудники ФБР при обыске квартир и особняков богатого финансиста. Там его нью-йоркские апартаменты, особняк во Флориде и его частный остров. В другом архиве можно найти личные фото самого Эпштейна. Вот он сидит за роялем, вот позирует на фоне роскошных интерьеров. Вот фотографии, как он с подругой и своей сообщницей Гислайн Максвелл посещает всякие мероприятия и так далее. В других архивах содержатся судебные материалы и материалы следствия. Причем не только по 2 делам самого Эпштейна, но и его сообщницы Гислайн Максвелл. Есть там ордеры на обыск помещений и электронных устройств, заявления прокуроров, ходатайства и прочие документы. Что же интересного можно найти среди всех этих документов? Сразу после публикации файлов Эпштейна в интернете начались активные обсуждения находок.
Даже здесь проявился привычный для американского общества политический раскол. Левые, в первую очередь, ищут упоминания правых политических фигур. Правые, наоборот, фокусируются на возможных связях Эпштейна с левыми политиками. Давайте начнем с Дональда Трампа. Все же в последний год именно его возможная причастность к преступлениям обсуждалась наиболее широко. Если вбить в поиске по библиотеке слово «Трамп», то сайт Минюста покажет почти 5000 результатов. В большинстве случаев это нейтральные упоминания, которые вовсе не компрометируют президента. По типу того, что Эпштейн пересылает своим знакомым новостные статьи по почте, и в этих статьях упоминается Дональд Трамп. Но имя президента США встречается и в другом контексте, гораздо более зловещем. Один из файлов содержит переписку сотрудников ФБР. Она датируется 2025 годом. В этой переписке приводится сводка обвинений в адрес Трампа от разных свидетелей. Интересно отметить, что этот документ пропал с сайта Минюста вскоре после публикации. На это обратили внимание журналисты. Теперь соответствующая страница выдает ошибку, и посмотреть файл в оригинале невозможно. Но что же содержится в этой сводке? Вот одно из обвинений в адрес президента. Девушка утверждает, что ей было 16 лет на момент происходящих событий.
Онлайн-заявительница сообщила, что была жертвой и свидетелем секс-торговли в гольф-клубе Трампа в Калифорнии в 95-96 годах. Она утверждает, что Гислейн Максвелл выступала в роли организатора.
21%. I'm not gonna bother with more. And about 5 hours 21 minutes. 12% is enough. 2% is enough. Alright. That's going to be it for this stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching.